Good afternoon and welcome to the Community Issues Committee meeting for Tuesday, June the 2nd. And we'll start with a roll call. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Beaver.
Here.
Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Crowson.
Present.
Councillor Doria. Present. Councillor Parker. Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. Here. Deputy Mayor Dodick. Present. And Mayor Higgin.
Present.
All present. Thank you.
All right, the City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived in this land and made Lethbridge their home. The adoption agenda moved by Deputy Mayor Dodick. Be it resolved that the June 2nd, 2026 agenda of the Community Issues Committee meeting be adopted as presented. Are there any changes, Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. We do have two revisions to today's agenda for committee's consideration. The first one, CFO has been away a while. That's not a revision, but well-deserved vacation. And so we do have a revised attachment 1 for item 7.2. 7.2 is the Capital Budget Workshop 2027-2036 Capital Improvement Program. So again, we have a revised attachment 1. And also the second, we have a bring forward item for committee's consideration, 6.5, which is the Excite Lethbridge Monthly Report prior to 6.4. And the reason for that is 6.4 has a confidential component. So we just like to get the Excite item out of the way first. Thank you.
That sounds good. If there's no other changes, Deputy Mayor. Question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And the consent agenda from Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee approve the minutes of the following meeting and authorize the Chair and City Clerk to sign the same. Community Issues Committee meeting from May 13th, 2026, and Community Issues Committee meeting from May 14th, 2026, and the Community Issues Committee meeting from May the 19th, 2026. Acting Mayor.
Did any of my colleagues notice any issues or have any corrections with the meeting minutes? All right, seeing none, I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right, moving on to presentations. Our first presentation is the annual Lethbridge Police Commission presentation to Council. I do see that we have Chair Thornton, Vice Chair Visser, we have the Chief here as well as other members from the police as well as the Police Commission. So we'll first call on Chair Thornton. And you'll want to put that mic probably up on that side, yeah.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. There we are. Thank you for taking the time to meet with Police Commission this afternoon. We're here to produce introduce our annual policing plan. This is an annual addition to our longer term plan. I'm pleased to inform you that I'm here with, as you've mentioned, Mr. Mayor, with our chief and our chief financial officer in case the councillors may have some questions that go a little bit deeper than, for a better explanation, I have them here for you. So may I introduce then, Chief, and to answer your questions.
Perfect, thank you. And sure, you come up as well if you'd like. And just if you're at the mic there, we'll turn that mic on for you as well. I just want to make sure that you pull the mic over to your direction when you're speaking. So Or just, yeah, there you go.
Thank you. So who's in charge of changing the slides?
Just tell them next slide and they'll get
Okay,
them
if you
changed.
can go to the next slide. And this would have been Chair Thornton's slide, but just to speaks to the role of the Police Commission, which that's why we are here today, and provided me the opportunity to provide this plan to Council, and we really thank the Council for this opportunity. Next slide, please. 26th Annual Plan, Policing Plan outlines our priorities for the year, which really provides the support to our higher level strategic plan that goes from 23 to 27, and we'll be looking forward to presenting the next strategic plan next year for 28 for 4 years. And our plan is certainly has 3 pillars on it, which is community safety, which is our role and what we are here for the community. Community engagement, building trust with our citizens, and of course, healthy organization to support those 2 other pillars. And this plan was developed in collaboration with obviously Police Commission and our community members. Next slide, please. I won't spend too much time on this slide, just a high level, our mission, vision, values, which I'm very proud to say have been created in the last 5 years and employee driven, which really speaks to what we stand for. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we have 3 pillars in our strategic plan, and our annual plan highlights initiatives under each pillar that we focus on to support those higher level priorities for the police service. They involve community safety, community engagement, and healthy organization. So really our main purpose is to reduce crime and disorder and make sure our citizens have a healthy and crime-free place to live in and enjoy their lives. That includes reducing crime enforcement and prevention, and also data-informed deployment. On the community engagement, we have to strengthen our partnerships in the community with many amazing key stakeholders, be much more visible, and build a higher level of trust with our citizens. And healthy organization is all about supporting employees through training, development, and promoting an inclusive workplace. Next slide, please. In our last community survey, our citizens, 70% felt that they feel safe in the city. That number has increased year after year, which is a great trend for us, but we'll try to continue to work on that to increase that number every year. Primary concerns provided to us by our citizens were drug activities and homelessness issues. And top priorities our citizens spoke to us were focusing on drug, crime against persons, property crime, and also crime prevention initiatives. Next slide, please. On the community safety, we are planning on continue our work on alternative responses to different issues, which is we are working with the City of Lethbridge departments to look at different models where we can partner together, and also really hopeful to expand our PAC, which is Police and Crisis Team, to better serve our population who are at risk and also are suffering from mental health. Data and intelligence has been a big cornerstone of what we do in Lethbridge, and continuous use of our CompStat and enhanced analytics to focus our resources where they need to be on, and target individuals that cause the most harm to the community. And obviously our operational initiative, implementing body-worn cameras, which we are hoping by the end of the year all the officers would be equipped and trained with these cameras, and evaluating the integrated offender management program, which is a program that we are funded by the province for a year and hopefully beyond to implement in our city. Next slide, please. The crime prevention, obviously, we are engaged with the National Retail Crime Theft Group and doing a lot of collaboration with our businesses to focus on shoplifters and doing a lot of targeted enforcements in that area. And also, there's been, as you can read in the media, we do targeted enforcements downtown time to time to focus on drugs, disorder, and rounding up people who have warrants on them and trying to deal with that. Traffic safety has always been a big concern for the community, so we're always looking at not only our traffic unit, but also exploring more automated enforcement expansions if we can get provinces' support on that. And we have, on the investigative capacity, we had to review and realign our criminal investigation division resources because we are dealing with a lot more serious crimes at times, and we need to provide resources to that unit to better investigate and report those investigations. Next slide, please. Our community engagement piece, certainly there's a huge focus on recruitment, which talks about we're going to continue doing Indigenous Youth Academy, and I'm hoping to work with the Lethbridge Family Services to even do maybe a youth academy for newcomer youths in the city. And we also want to promote civilian career opportunities. Youth engagement is a key. Youth are one of our priorities for sure, and we need to increase our collaboration with youth in schools through our youth engagement officer program, and on the crime prevention partnership with the banks to prevent fraud. That's an ongoing trend that's a lot of our citizens are suffering from. So we work with banks, and also we're going to continue with our senior citizens to educate them on so they can hopefully reduce the victimization of these groups. And on the public awareness piece, promoting online reporting options, and also we'll be doing a lot of work on the hate crime awareness and training for our officers to better serve our community groups who are at risk in relation to hate crime issues. Next slide, please. The healthy organization is probably the most important pillar from my perspective. We don't have a good, healthy organization. We won't be able to meet the demands of the two other pillars. So employee wellness is huge, which is talks about how we can better provide skills and training to our employees and expand our wellness program. We have an amazing wellness program, but we are always looking at ways to make that even better. We are partnered with Lethbridge Polytechnic on a wellness study with our employees, and it's a very long-term goal and study, but we've already started that, and we're hoping with our recruits, and we're hoping to get more senior officers involved in that program as well. And review of the 10-year in specialty units, that's for us when officers go in them and come out. And obviously assess technology enhancement for interview rooms. That's something that we need, and we'll continue to explore those options. Next slide, please. At this time, given finances, I'm going to turn it over to our expert in the house to provide the financial page for you.
Chief. There we go. Okay, so the financial estimates you have in front of you here. First point is that we are not forecasting a deficit of 1.9 million by the end of 2026. This operating forecast in our annual police plan, it describes the cost to operate the service at current service levels, should all positions be hired, and at the current costs of goods and services that we're experiencing. Similar to our operations in the last 2 years, we will manage these pressures through our existing operating budget appropriations. However, the financial pressures are ongoing and they will impact 2027 and beyond. Approximately half of these pressures are for body-worn camera and $155,000 of lost revenue sources that are being addressed in the proposed 2027 operating budget. So you'll notice those two amounts that were included in the budget documents. And so therefore, the ongoing additional pressures are approximately $950,000, and that will need to be addressed similar to how other departments will be addressed with inflationary pressures in the upcoming 2028-2031 operating budget.
And I believe that we can go to the next slide, which is probably questions, and open to any questions you may have.
All right, I'll ask if there's anybody in the gallery that wishes to make a presentation on this matter. Seeing none, okay, we'll go to questions, starting with Councillor Campbell.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for being here, and thanks for the update. I wanted to, just for my own understanding, if you can explain a little bit more, a couple of things here that I wrote down. The integrated offender management, can you explain what that is?
Absolutely. This is a program that we got funding for one position from the province this year to implement. This is an officer who works with many community stakeholders and targets those individuals who are causing most harm to the community, and actively seeks them not to put handcuffs on them, but to provide them with different ways to get them out of life of crime through wraparound support and working with other community groups that we partner with. So far, there are several people who have been identified, and again, it's been in existence for a few months, but even in a few months, it certainly showed significant positive trend in minimizing the criminal behavior by these individuals. So it's a pilot program for a year, but we are hoping the province is going to basically provide more permanent funding, maybe into a second year. And after that, it's something that when it comes to our next strategic plan and budget presentation, we may be asking for that to be normalized. But in short, it's a position that seeks to provide support to the career criminals versus showing up with handcuffs. Now, if they choose not to take part in the program, we still do the enforcement actions against them.
Is that the person that's hired, is that a police officer, or is that for lack of a better, like a social worker?
No, it's one of our police officers who looks after the program, but his connection is with all the different community groups and stakeholders who can actually provide the wraparound service for these individuals, being mental health, addiction, homelessness, etc. They work together to provide the support to them.
Great. Just I was going to get a clarification on with traffic safety, and you're looking at automated enforcement. What does that entail? Obviously, the automated enforcement is a program that, as you know, the province photo radar.
Photo radar.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are still exploring areas in the city that we have challenges as far as traffic flow, speeds, etc. So we'll put documents together to see if we can get approval from the province to add those. No guarantees, but we're continuously looking at how we can add more sites to this.
And just a quick question about, employee well-being is such an integral part of the police force. I just wonder, and you want to expand a wellness. Just how has it been? I guess on that front, I know a lot of times a lot of guys need to leave for a short period of time, but are we managing that these days?
Absolutely. I'm very proud to say that our organization is doing very well. and even when you compare them to other city organizations within the city of Lethbridge. So we've come a long ways, and the morale is really positive based on the employee surveys that we do, and the commission does them annually. We have a very high 90s in employees feeling valued at work, and that's from checking with all the employees. And our disability management payments has significantly reduced from very high number to almost nothing. So we have very positive measures to show that how the employee wellness has really taken effect. But it's a program that we cannot just be happy with what we have. We want to continue to do more and make it even better for our employees.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bieber.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. You mentioned body-worn cameras. We know they are mandated by the provincial government, which is not covering the costs. So I'm just wondering what kind of financial pressures we're looking at in the future to cover those.
Yes. So we had come to council a few months back about, or actually it was last year, about the body-worn camera program, and we had estimated the amount of cost per year. There is a government grant that is available only for 3 years. They're not speaking beyond the 3 years. And so it's roughly $800,000 a year of what the cost is to, with that grant, provided the grant continues. That's what it costs for the equipment and the licensing and the 4 individuals hired to manage all the data. The data coming in is a significant part of the work. You have to deal with that data now that you have it.
So when the grant ends, then we're going to be on the hook for the entire cost.
Yeah. Yes, the grant is $205,000 a year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you very much for the presentation, but I'm actually going to ask Commissioner Thornton, Chair Thornton, some questions, if you don't mind. So Chair Thornton, of course, under Section 29 of the Police Act, Council is responsible for giving the budget to the Commission, and then the Commission, of course, decides how it is spent with the police service. And so our role is oversight of the Commission, so, which is where you are here today as. And of course, as part of this, we can ask any questions to assess efficiency, financing requirements, et cetera, from Council's perspective. Does the Lethbridge Police Commission have a strategic plan?
It's still a work in progress, but we're working towards it.
And what is the intention? How will your strategic plan oversee the strategic plan of the police service?
The 2 plans will work in concert with each other. In developing our strategic plan, it will be in concert with the police service. And hopefully, because your commission is also represented by 2 members of council, the wishes of council itself will also be included in it.
Well,
We
more
are,
importantly,
after all citizens of the same community, and our job is to make sure that we have a good, competent policing service, which I got to tell you, I think we have one of the best police services in the country here.
of course, it's all on behalf of the residents, both ourselves and the Commission. How does the Commission ensure that LPS is efficient in everything they do? What oversight, how do you oversee the work of the LPS through the chief?
We have, in the past, issued several questionnaires to various groups, to our officers, one group, to our administrator, our inspectors, and so on, and to this community in general. And a compendium of those responses has been taken together and then worked together in assessing the performance of the chief, which at the end of the day is our only job, to oversee the performance of the chief.
Okay, thank you at this time. Chief, similar question. One of the things we're assessing is the efficiency of LPS, and some of the things, the targeting of patrols, strengthening alternative response, crime prevention education. How are you measuring the efficiency of some of those? Because those are the ones I'm looking at, are the ones that seem to be making you the most efficient, going where the crime is. How do you measure the efficiency of those?
With the with the crime, when you look at crime reduction, we have a very effective crime reduction strategy, being the CompStat, and we've really changed our ways from what was done before to actually much more data-based and evidence-based program through our amazing work our analysts do. So the analysts provide the data to us, the pressures, hotspots, emerging hotspots, the individuals who are causing the most harm to the community, and then the whole team gets together once a month to make discoveries and where the resources need to be, and also take ownership of doing the work that needs to be done. How do we measure that is through the crime reporting that we do, and how we look at the crime map and see if a map, there's a very red spot on a map and as a hot spot, how that cools off, and then we also look at it has that problem being distributed to other locations. So we're constantly doing the measure, but the amazing crime reduction and reduction in our CSI over the last few years, I believe, is a true measure of how effective that program is doing, and also has made us much more strategic in deployment and use of our very limited resources to provide safety to the city.
And we see your overall plan here. What is the one thing you want to most focus on to make yourselves even more efficient?
The most important pillar of the plan has always been for me is the employee safety, which, and again, a healthy organization, because I can have the most amazing plan in the world if we don't have adequate resource and a healthy organization, it is out to fail. So that's the biggest focus for me. That's why there has been significant work on recruiting and training and building expertise within our police service, working on having a very inclusive organization, and so employees feel valued and safe, and they can do their job. So in summary, that is the most important pillar for me to focus on, because if we focus on that, the other ones are fairly easily done, because it's the employees who are doing the work to bring about the doing the actions on the strategic plan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I'll step out at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's been a real treat to be on the Police Commission to kind of see firsthand the work that goes on by the LPS, and I think the community is justifiably should feel proud and really impressed with the level of professionalism and the dedication of the people that serve there. Just one question, Chief. As we kind of grow into this bigger city, what do you foresee as kind of big city problems that you feel like you would like to proactively be addressing and getting ready for?
We've had big city problems since I got here, and that's just been a reality. And thank you for your comments. And I just want to say we are very proud to be serving our citizens in Lethbridge. Biggest challenges, the challenges are not going to stop with the designer drugs and different types of drugs that are introduced to the community every day and every month. We're always behind the ball on that. So we continue to work, see what we can do to focus on the drug issues, because that drug issue is promoting a lot of other crime and bad behavior. So it's a cyclical thing that we need to address that. But the fact that we are moving into a modern age of policing, obviously with the growth in the city, there has to be growth in the department. We can't continue to work when we don't have resources. As the city grows, we need to have proper resources to serve the population. Other areas that we've been trending up, when you look at sexual assault complaints and investigations, they have been increasing over the time, which is not a good sign, but also a positive sign to see that our citizens are feeling comfortable reporting these crimes to the police service and allowing us to investigate them. So specialty units we have to increase. Cybercrime is another trend that we are trying to really establish a program to better tackle cybercrime and also frauds that are done online. These are all the emerging trends, and again, we are also looking at what we can do to better look at technology, how we can police the city, use of drones, etc. There are a lot of amazing programs, but again, when the time is right and we have the money, we can explore those opportunities. But there's a lot of fascinating things going on, but we do have big city problems, but we are managing the best we can. But as the city grows, we just need to grow with it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hagan, and thank you to the members of the Police Commission and LPS that are here to present today. Councillor Crowson, just in response to your question, we did just recently approve our the Lethbridge Police Commission's 2026 strategic plan. I'm looking at it on our website right now. I was clearly remiss in not sending that out to members of council, so I will make sure that that goes out this afternoon. Question I have is actually through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager designate. And since we're looking at some financials today and we're going to be talking about budget discussions next week, that might be a more appropriate place for this question, but since LPS and LPC is here today, I'll ask the question. When I was going through these financials and the budget next week, I was reminded about the motion from the April 29th meeting that Councillor Parker and myself brought forward with regards to the Alberta Crime Stoppers. And I know in speaking with you, Mr. Matthews, that has made its way into the LPS 2027 operating budget. But when I look at the motion that Councillor Parker and I brought forward, the item was to be referred to a future operating budget deliberations for 2027 operating budget and the 2028-2031 operating budget. But it was not stated in that motion that it would move on to the LPS operating budget. I'm just wondering if you can clarify for me where that's fallen, how that's become part of the LPS budget ask. I'm just, looking for some direction and explanation on that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, and I appreciate the question there on that one. So as part of the budget process, when we go through and there are those initiatives on it, when we take a look at the ones where council has directed us to include it within deliberations, in this case, we took it as this is a base budget component. So it's been added as a base budget increase to the Lethbridge Police Services budget, or through the Police Commission to the LPS budget. And you'll see it actually on the base budget page for LPS as note 3 on that page if you're looking at the budget book. One of the reasons that we typically do that is we look for the area where the most likely within the organization where the expenditure would make sense, and obviously LPS for that point of view. I know there could be other areas where that could go to, and council could also consider if they would rather have that as an initiative. We could pull that as an initiative rather than actually being in the base as well, if so being, if we took that resolution wrong. But all things considered in here, the other reason why we did that over the unless LPC or the LPS administration has second thoughts on it, they have been the ones paying the donation every single year, including when the additional funds came in from council in 2025 for that amount of $10,000. So it just made logical sense in our bean counting world to put it there. But here again, if council so wishes to do something different, we can make that adjustment before next week.
Follow-up question then, and I guess this to the chief, is it appropriate for us to be putting that onto the base budget for LPS?
I have no issues with that. The way that it works obviously is provided by the city, which is adding to our budget, and then we just provide the funds to Crime Stoppers. So either way, we are okay with it, but I believe the city had decided it's an easier way to manage that support to Crime Stoppers, and I don't have any issues with that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you all both from the service and from the commission for coming in and having a chat with us and bringing forward this information. It's always a pleasure to see you all, and we're very grateful for the work that you all do within our community. So what we're going to do, if I'll ask my colleagues here, rather than, since we have the police in here right now, there's a submission 6.1. If we could just review that submission 6.1 in case there's any questions prior to going to presentation 5.2, if that's all right. Yeah, and I guess, first we'll do the motion on this one, I guess. We'll do that, and then we'll move on. So a motion from Councillor Wolf, annual Lethbridge Police Commission presentation to Council 2026. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee receive the annual Lethbridge Police Commission presentation for information. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you once again, and I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. So we will move quickly to 6.1 prior, and then we'll go back to presentation 5.2. So it's just a submission, and so it's been in your package, but I wanted to make sure if we had, with Police Commission being here, that if there's any questions, and this was in regards to concerns of businesses and customers along 2A Avenue North. So Councillor Crowson.
This isn't so much a question, but a chance for the chief to respond. Chief Medizadeh, what is more useful, people complaining on social media or actually coming in front of the commission and council with a concern to have it addressed?
The social media, we always tell people they can do so, but if they want to take the time to do that, they can also either call or come to the commission. But on the 2A Avenue, as you all know, we have actually targeted that as a major hotspot in the city, and we are putting significant level of resources to address a lot of the issues in that area. Now, also, now that I'm here and everybody can hear, with the summer months and warmer weather coming in, we are naturally going to see an increase in activity in that area. And that's very normal based on every year, but we deal with that. But again, that has been identified as the only hotspot right now for us, and we are putting significant level of resources in that area to manage it the best we can. But it's always better to call us or provide us the information, and certainly we can act on more.
Yeah, and in this case, the business owners took the initiative, came and spoke to council when we sat as committee. It was referred to the police commission, and now we're seeing some action there. So I guess we're basically also doing a sales pitch. Come on down and talk to us if there are issues.
Absolutely, and we do report to the commission. We're going to be, because we just started that as a hotspot, so we are keeping a significant level of intelligence and reporting on the efforts that we are exhausting and resources. So we'll be providing that information to the commission, and if anybody wants to have it or any more issues, certainly welcome to come and talk to us.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. I should add as well, is there anyone from the public who wishes to make a presentation on this matter? This is 6.1. All right. Seeing none, I have no further questions in the queue. Thank you again for that, and allow us to advance that submission to prior to this into 5.2. So thank you very much for that. Appreciate your time. Thank you. I have a resolution here from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, Lethbridge Police Commission report back on safety and criminal concerns of businesses and customers along 2A Avenue North. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee received the Lethbridge Police Commission report back on safety and criminal concerns of business and customers along 2A Avenue North for information. Acting Mayor.
Thank you very much. I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right, we'll move, excuse me, we'll move on to CC 82 service level policy, and I'll turn that over to Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Before you, committee, actually. Before you today is the draft service level policy, CC 82, that council requested at the March 26th CIC meeting. This policy affirms the city's commitment to a consistent and transparent approach for establishing and reviewing service levels, ensuring they are delivered effectively, efficiently, and sustainably, and that they remain aligned with council priorities and community expectations. The policy outlines council's governance role in confirming outcome driving services and their associated service levels, as well as administration's responsibility for delivering on this direction. It also clarifies the city manager's role in ensuring that internal services and their related service levels are maintained at appropriate levels to protect the organization from risk, recognizing that internal services act as capacity drivers that influence the city's ability to deliver outcome-driving services at the approved levels. The document also includes overarching procedures for creating new services and revising existing service levels. You've all had the opportunity to review the draft, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. Appreciate that update, and open up for any questions from my colleagues. Any questions? And furthermore, are there anyone in the public that wishes to speak to this particular matter, CC 82 service level policy? All right. Seeing none, Councilor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you so much for providing this. It was an interesting read. There's just a couple of things I wanted to make sure in my own mind I understand where it's going to play in. If we want to bring in new services or get rid of old services, how does this policy work in that case? Is it the same procedure, or how would it work there? Because very much we're talking about changing services. Who is responsible for bringing in? I recognize that we do have in there that the city manager can bring in a new one if it's a strategic level coming, strategic direction. But is there procedure in here for creating a new service level?
I'll have Mr. Hillier come up to speak to those aspects.
So thank you for the question. The short answer is yes. So within the procedure, and I'm assuming you're referencing mostly the outcome driving services, so those services that would be affecting the community. Yeah. Within that section, it does definitely talk about revising an existing service, but it does as well speak to that during council's term, they may identify the need to create a new service. And again, whether it's creating a new service or revising an existing service, the steps below that would fall within that, where you would be directing administration to essentially perform that evaluation and bring forward options for a new service.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I noticed about this compared to most of our other council policies, this is much more procedural than most of our others. Our others are basically, we set the high policy and we do not have to change the policy when procedures are changed. What was the reasoning behind, and perhaps it's simply because this is such a new concept, what's the reasoning behind having such a detailed procedural outline in this policy?
Yeah, as you've touched on, well, this is new. This one, I'm happy to take as much blame as you want. I sent this one back a bunch of times. And I felt it was important to outline whether it's new services, revising service levels, evaluation of service levels, and internal versus external services, to eliminate the gray area that would typically result in confusion or problems or deficiencies to articulate this. Down the road, a number of years from now where we've worked out, anything usually has some bugs in it, or you've worked that out, I think you could get towards a much less detailed version. But as a starting point, I felt that this was probably the most appropriate method to provide clarity for all.
Well, and as I said, I looked for many online. There aren't many to guide us, so.
That's correct.
We have something here that's unusual. The next question is about, oh man, my brain was just going. Next level. If this is passed, what do you do next?
Yeah, so, and I think I had at a very high level at the March 26th meeting, we had talked about there being kind of two follow-up steps after this. My team in corporate performance is currently working across the organization to catalog all the service levels across the organization. As detailed in the policy here, if it does pass in its current form, the next steps would be at some point, probably early 2027, but again, we would leave that to yourselves at council. Council would identify the service areas and particular service levels that you would like to see more information on. And the reason I say likely in early 2027 is that would fall ahead of the 2028 to 31 operating budget. So it would allow you the opportunity at that point to review the various services or service levels that you would want more information about as you're heading into those operating budget discussions.
So this is the start of the conversation, but the work continues behind the scenes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Croson. Councilor Doria.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I really appreciate the way we are trying to come up with this service level policy. I just want to be informed that I think there are really specific procedures, and one of which, like procedure number letter B, it's on the council service level review process, and this should be in line with the council election, the term, the orientation. So does it mean that we cannot do the review unless we have the new set of council? What I'm trying also to understand is in the city council responsibilities, like number 2, number 3, and number 4, like especially number 3, we have to approve inventory of the specific city outcome driving services. So does it mean that for the implementation or the acceptance of this policy, of the approval of the policy, there was already an inventory to look at or to be approved at? Or we have to go back to the service level review process wherein we have to start from the very beginning? I just want to be clarified on that point.
Yes, so thank you for the question. The catalog of services is what my team is working towards right now, and that would be what we would be looking to bring forward to council, again, probably in early 2027 for you to review, so that, and again, you'd be able to look at the whole catalog, but do a thorough review of identified services that you were
What is the priority?
interested in, yeah, that you were prioritizing.
One more follow-up, Mayor. I just want to understand also that there is a current policy, the CC60, wherein every time there will be changes of our service level, we need to do a public consultation. It's not necessarily hearing, so it will take time to evaluate the catalog that you said of the service level. Do we need to follow that all the time?
Yes, so CC60 is council's public participation policy. Within that, it does speak to when council is looking to change service levels, that there should be a level of community consultation with that.
But sorry for that, Mayor, but it will not happen for this term, because there is a budget coming, budget deliberation. So do we need to follow the procedure that is here in the service level procedure that you have just prepared?
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. In addition to Mr. Hillier's response, because these are existing service levels that you are going to see this fall, as well as Mr. Hillier mentioned, early in 2027, they're existing, so you will not have to do community consultation on existing service levels. It would simply be to follow your policy CC60 to engage on new or changes.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Doria. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mayor Higgin, and thank you very much to you and your team, Mr. Hillier, for bringing this forward.
Some questions I have that I'm hoping are just going to sort of dig into those next steps and looking for some clarification on what that is, knowing that those are still coming. Are we looking at how council will know when an internal service level decision by the city manager affects an outcome driving service level approved by council? Is that something we will be working on, something that's still going to come forward?
So just to clarify the question, you're asking if the city manager is changing, whether increasing or decreasing the level of service on an internal service, and that is affecting an outcome driving service, how council will receive notification of that?
Yeah. Is that going to happen? Like, is that something that's going to be part of this process? Especially if the city manager makes a change and then it affects one of our service levels.
So to that question, so most of the changes within, so council approves the budget. And so within that budget, that's where the city manager has authority. So any changes that would affect that service level are usually tied to budget. Of course, there is possibility for some movement, but if council was, the way I would see it is if council was looking to change a budget that could impact an internal service, and that has a direct correlation. That's why this policy is so detailed. The piece that is often missed is the direct correlation to a citizen-facing service. So snow removal, for instance, but we're addressing something internal related to procurement or what have you, that has a direct impact on that. So yes, that would be part of the information that we would provide is, okay, if you do this, here's the direct impact. And so that is part of what we've tried to detail as far as the report back on those changes.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And then what happens if approved service levels are not met? How will council be reported to on that?
Don't go ahead. You start.
I was going to thank you for the question. And Mr. City Manager, feel free to add to what I'm about to say. So the intention would be for the outcome driving services that the targets and performance on those would be published and reported to council on a regular basis. So again, if through that reporting a service was performing either above or below the desired service level, that would be identified through that.
Okay, I will step out for now.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. When we see something new like this, we have to understand that it's one piece in a much broader thing. And the city manager did allude to the fact that service levels do not get to trump budget. So you can't change a service level if there's no budget money for it. And can I also assume that, again, looking at hierarchy, the city manager bylaw trumps the service level policy. So whatever the city manager does has to be within the designated authority of the city manager bylaw so that we can see that the budget and the city manager bylaw are above this and would give the guidelines around what the city manager can do under this policy. Would that be correct?
That would be correct.
Okay, so if we see it in part of that bigger piece, then we can see how this is not telling the city manager, go change whatever service levels you want in this area, but within this guideline and this guideline and this guideline, you have this control. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that's clarified for the thousands of people watching.
If I can weigh in here, sorry to do that. I don't want to get in front of Councillor Dory, but it was to a couple of the questions on service level, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel and Councillor Doria and Croson. As we evolve in this and we get things publicly facing in terms of dashboards, while I would like to be optimistic and say it will never happen, it's very likely that there would be an established service measure or service level that isn't met, and it's actually important to have that conversation. If I use the green, yellow, red indicators, that's usually what I go by, and where something is yellow and red, it's important to talk about why that is and understand, because that would be pretty reasonable to expect that there will be those things, and then working through the details to understand, correct, and as to the other questions as we go through, whether it's strategic planning or budget or somewhere during a 4-year term, things always, nothing fits in perfect cycles that align with budget and strat planning. It's logical that something somewhere in that term will come along that has changed that results in a need to relook at a service level. So that's all. Sorry.
Councillor Doria.
Like one question. Outcome driving services is one of the services we cater for the residents, right? This is one. So this service level policy is only for the outcome driving services, or it covers all the services?
Thank you for the question. It would cover all of the services. What it does clarify is that council would typically be most interested in the outcome driving services. So those services that directly impact the community. It does cover the internal services, so those group of services that would be the purview of the city manager, and those are the services that protect us from risk, are legally required. But it does
cover the whole services. But we just have to for this particular discussion, what is here in the responsibilities and the procedure is mostly for the outcome driving services.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Sorry, Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Dodick. Going through the document, we've got a definition, minimum service level. So does that specifically only mean the legal minimum only, or does it also include public safety, asset protection, service reliability, and unacceptable community risk? Are those also included in that general description?
Thank you for the question, and the answer to that is yes. We actually started out with a laundry list of regulatory, legislated, different words in there. And when we were going through the process to develop the policy in consultation with our legal services team, they had suggested shortening that to just legal, recognizing that whether that's labor code, whether that's health and safety, risk legislated, all of that kind of falls within that broader envelope of legal requirements.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And then just to make sure that council is making consistent decisions across the board, how will we compare services across departments? So once this is in place, once we're moving forward, is that going to be part of the dashboard that we're able to compare and make sure we're making consistent decisions across various departments?
Yeah, so the reporting information would be for all of the outcome driving services across departments. So you would definitely be able to see the performance across areas.
Okay, and when we do the inventory, there will be consistent measures across all departments as well. There will be some will be different, but then there will be some consistent ones across that inventory, some consistent measures.
I'm going to weigh in on that. Yeah, the consistent measures and approach, it would be very hard to say everything is apples to apples across all departments in the city. So some aspects of the methodology might be consistent, but could be very, very different in the details.
Okay, but there will be something in a public-facing dashboard that we will be able to look at to make sure that we are making consistent decisions as we're moving forward.
No, I wouldn't say that.
No?
No, the dashboard, and to Mr. Hillier's comment about the service levels, what would typically be public-facing would be and as it says somewhere in the document, I think near the front, it's the core service, policy statement number 1. Service levels for core municipal services. Those would be the things that we would typically look to have published, and then the details beyond that in terms of how we got there, those would typically not be public facing because they could be you know, like I say, quite detailed and quite different, and you'd spend a lot of time explaining that for value that I would have to understand.
Okay, so and then when we look at establish and document service levels for core municipal services, have we defined what those core municipal services are yet?
No, and so there's part of the discussion with council. I mean, some of them, I would think around this room, you don't always get, most people would say the same things. What are the core things that a city does, right? Parks, roads, water, wastewater, those types of core citizen-facing services that citizens compare about, there's your core services. Beyond that, if it's something to do with some widget somewhere, that's probably not a core municipal service.
But I would trust those would come to us first as part of that inventory.
Yeah, so that would be part of the discussion. I mean, I think that should be fairly common as the understanding of what would be deemed a core service, and across this municipality or any, as far as what those are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, I have a motion from Councillor Doria, CC 82, Service Level Policy. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommends the City Council adopt Policy CC 82, Service Level Policy, as presented in Attachment 1. Councillor Doria.
This is really a good start, a good policy for us to have in order to prioritize things. Depends on the levels of services that we have to provide for the residents. So if there is no other question, addition, I will call for a question.
I see no further debate, so a question has been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right. And let's see, is Ms. Bracken is here? Yes, she is here. All right. Creative Industries, Cluster Ignition, Film, Television, Electronic Gaming, update on operating budget initiative N41. And first I'll ask if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to make a presentation on this. Sure. Mr. Young, come on forward.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Higgin and members of council. I just wanted to touch briefly on the Creative Industries project as the presentation that you're about to see from your administration is coming forward. You know, I think the city and EDL have built something real together in the creative industries. Screen Lethbridge is up and running. The permitting process is streamlined. We've been at the Banff, Calgary, and international industry events, really building Lethbridge's profile here. At the same time, EDL did commission an independent feasibility study through Nordicity, which is one of Canada's leading creative industries consultancies, to answer one simple question for us. And that question is a creative industries hub feasible for Lethbridge? And what does that plan look like? And the answer is yes. So how that connects to the presentation you're seeing today is that, you know, the city has $239,000 approximately of unspent N41 funds, and administration is recommending those be released. You know, with the 2027 budget processes, you know, I fully understand that it's a difference between that and the 2028 to 2032 budget process. It does limit some organizations like ourselves for special initiatives requesting funding. So, you know, what I'd ask is if there's an appetite of council to potentially reconsider directing a portion of these unused funds to EDL to carry this work forward. Essentially, it was money that council had planned to spend on the creative industries, and so we can do just that. The funding would do two things. It would help sustain EDL's creative industries staff position, which is currently funded through to December of 2026. And it would see phase 1 programming of that study undertaken, which approximately costs $27,000 a year. And it would address many of the recommendations in attachment 2 of the presentation by administration. It would also still leave money for the city to implement the independent filmmaker grant program that was mentioned in the attachments, you know, the exact initiatives administration recommends. And critically, it's not a request for ongoing city funding. We'd really use that money to bridge ourselves for another year, explore further grant opportunities through PrairiesCan, through NRED, and others, to really get a self-sustaining, independent organization going. So in conclusion, really, I'd say the Crave Industries sector, we've seen a lot of great momentum. We're seeing the sector building upon itself here in Lethbridge. We've done a lot of research, hired the consultancy group. EDL has the staff, the mandate, and the plan. Kind of just asking for consideration to provide us that bridge to let us continue to build something longer lasting. But I really do appreciate the partnership that EDL and the city have built in the creative industries sector. So again, I'd like to thank the city for the support on that initiative over the last several years at EDL. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Young. Appreciate that. Is there anyone else in the gallery who wishes to make a presentation? Come on forward and
I'll come and say hello. My name is Brock Skretting. I'm Director of Creative Industries with Economic Development Lethbridge, and obviously concur with everything my boss just said. Just wanted to update you as council and say hello to the new council members, or the people, obviously the people who come to the EDL meetings will have these updates monthly, but there have been a couple significant scouts that we've facilitated and are working on. One Indigenous film that we're still working on the final bit of funding, but it looks like things are promising for next spring. And then there's another unconfirmed, but a feature film that just is recently scouted. They're looking for the summer. They've obviously looked all over southern Alberta, so hopefully they'll choose Lethbridge. They said very positive things about Lethbridge and Cardston, but that's the kind of services that we provide is getting producers and location scouts and production managers. They give us their scouts, or they give us their scripts. Sorry, they give us their project, let us know what's going on, and then we show the options for Lethbridge. Sometimes that means they've already hired a scout. They're familiar with the area. They're kind of on their own. They're happy. They just stop in, have lunch with us, and we tell them about what is available in the city. Other times that's more a direct request. Do you have a house that looks like it's from the 1970s? Do you have a specific location that fits the script? And then the other work that we've been doing is building those relationships on the big business side. So working with the Alberta Film Commission, Calgary Economic Development up in Edmonton Screen. There's been lots of changes. The Calgary Film Commission is now in Edmonton. There's a new Calgary Film Commissioner. So with those shifts, there's adjustments, and then I've just been working on relationships with those larger investors. So I think that we've laid a lot of good groundwork, especially with the city. The city administration has been amazing in terms of streamlining permitting processes, making the city film friendly and ready for projects. We just have to keep things going with that direction and iron out some kinks. And other than that, I think things are going pretty well. So thank you.
thank you very much, Mr. Skretting. Appreciate that. Anyone else that wishes to make a presentation on N41? Seeing none, I'll open it up to questions from my colleagues, starting with Councillor Campbell.
Actually, Mr. Skretting, if you could pop up here, if you don't mind. Sure. Just, I know one of the conclusions that we're talking about is sort of the kind of develop local filmmakers. So does that indicate that perhaps, I mean, you were talking about some other chances on the big film industry. Does that indicate that perhaps we're not getting as much interest in Southern Alberta right now, or how would you describe that? And I know there's a lot of things that you can't probably even discuss about where you've been, what you've done, and what's coming out, but kind of give us that relationship that you see. Independent film, we want to get kids and any businesses in locally, but we also still want to pursue the big guys.
I think they work together. I think there has been a contraction at a high level in the creative industries, no doubt, in the short term, which has meant jurisdictions around the world are more competitive. So as a group of the Alberta organizations that participate in this industry, we've adjusted our strategies. We're working together pretty well. And part of building local capacity is supporting those local filmmakers, so getting them out in the community, making short films, building capacity. I think it's a stretch, long shot to say, you give a few $1,000s to some local filmmakers, then that's guaranteed to get you large films right away or anything like that. But it is a capacity builder for those folks, and they do, especially like there's the crossover between the artistic and the business in this creative sector. So it is a good initiative to do. It's just not going to result right away in big shows. We're keep working on that. We also work on other training initiatives with the unions in Calgary and ways to get people that are local here training with them so that when a show does come to Southern Alberta, they can jump on it, hopefully.
And I do see that the percentage of shows, big films, are in Edmonton, Calgary, basically, right? So it'd be nice to have that training, but I suspect it's difficult to do that here in Lethbridge at this time.
Yeah, for capacity-wise, most of the training does take place up there. That is one of the reasons why building some sort of sustainable hub in the future would work towards getting more of that training. There's also ways of potentially partnering with maybe jobs, economy, and trade or the province in bringing more training opportunities down south here, but. The majority does happen in primarily Calgary.
And I know you've been attending a lot of the film industry conventions, or you're out there, and that's great to see that. I just wonder what kind of how are you feeling in your role here? Has been the response of kind of you're selling Southern Alberta? What's been their response in the industry? And I don't know if they can be honest about how you're looking beautiful, man. I love you. I love your stuff. But I mean, how would you describe where the word is getting out in the industry itself?
Yeah, I think the rural bump up is positive, but it does have. Basically, they kind of took an all or nothing approach as a province on the rural incentives. So for those not familiar, there's a film incentives that are in different jurisdictions around the world, and if a production shoots 75% or more outside of the zone of Calgary or Edmonton, and we're the prime location for that particular incentive, they get an extra 8%. So that helps cancel out the costs of putting people up in hotels or gas per diem, that type of extra expense that comes with shooting on locations and bringing crew either from another place or from Calgary. But it doesn't give a whole huge boost. And then also if they shoot 25% of the show, or they shoot a week here in Lethbridge, but the project is 2 months, they don't get any bump up. So we've had those conversations with the province on how can we maybe make it a sliding scale or something that every day that they shoot in rural, they get a bump up that helps with those costs. But when it comes down to most projects are on an individual project level, they're going to do dollars and cents, or they're going to do, we need that location creatively. We absolutely need that creative. We need that. So that's where I've been looking for where we have a strategic advantage. And one of those is that Montana's tax credit is mostly used up until 2030. So I've really been selling Alberta, stories that take place in Montana can come and shoot. We're right next door. Come use us. And we'll give that tax incentive plus the dollar exchange plus the other tax advantages in Alberta. But it is really about getting the word out about those so that we have our ear in the ground, and they know about us at the right time when they're making those decisions. And then the other way is those high-level conversations with executives that are pretty wealthy or but you got to be those relationships take a long time, and then they have to trust you, and then they also have options on where they go, right? So we've done a good job of that. Like the Last of Us executives, his son is getting married in Banff. Like there's people that when people come to Alberta, they love Alberta, but it's getting them here and then reminding them of all the great things about it. So.
And just finally, just one last thought about, as you've done this job for as long as you have this go around, what's been your number one frustration of what you're doing, what you're limited to do?
Yeah, I think it's always, you always wish there was more. You always wish you can't control what the industry does, like and the higher level things that are going on. You can just put the locations out there and try to do your best to make sure that you're on the table, and we've done that. So we're proud of that, but obviously the times make it a little harder, or you have to be more careful in these times about marketing, because all of the things going on in the world in creative industries is just one thing, right? So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And before I sit down there, perfect. I appreciate the questions that Councillor Campbell had, and I guess one question I would have is, when you're out, do you sell Lethbridge? So we're talking about some of these movies or some possible documentaries, whatever they may be, that are coming that are looking at Lethbridge's possibility, or Cardston, or Southern Alberta for that matter. Is that because you sold Lethbridge, or is it because they reached out and wanted to know if we had the areas to film in? For example, like I heard the same with The Last of Us, and they came down here because it was close by where they were shooting, and they had some questions, so of course they came here. Do you feel that you sold Lethbridge to these future ones that are talking about coming here, or did they reach out someplace and they reached out to you, say, hey, we've got someone that's interested?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. So like some of it is that it's more relationship based, of like, because this production manager is doing this show and they know they need a small town look. Hey, talk to Brock and see what they've got available for locations, versus if they, versus going to, say, Didsbury or somewhere closer to Calgary, because it's all about trying to get those first shows and get them going. Because when we started doing that with Didsbury, there wasn't that much in Didsbury. Like it wasn't a thing. And then once the location managers get used to like doing something pulling off a project in a certain place, then they tend to go repeatedly to that place, like we see in say Fort Macleod or other places, right? So it's more like becomes a force of habit, if that makes sense.
Great, yes, absolutely. And so in light of everything that's happening south of the border, and we've seen incentives to stay in the U.S. to film, and so I know there's a lot of concern out in Vancouver, as there was in Toronto, because government south of the border saying, hey, if you stay here, you're going to these incentives. If you go somewhere else, we actually are not going to support at the level we did before. Is that a concern for us to be worried about?
Yeah, it's always a concern that I keep my eye close on, and I follow industry trends very closely. It's not something that they've implemented, so it's just been a statement, a discussion, a thing that goes into the news versus what goes into actual policy. And they are just recently was talking to Dan O'Brien, who runs he was on the Culver City Council, and he runs the chamber down there. They are pushing for a federal incentive rather than charges on other countries, let's say. But they haven't been successful in getting that through the noise of all the things that go on in the States. So from our perspective, it's just continuing to build capacity and infrastructure here while while recognizing that that would be very problematic, and even the uncertainty for all industries, it creates some potentially lower investment, right? So there's probably projects that were going ahead or discussions that were happening that we don't know about, that because uncertainty was thrown into the mix, maybe got pushed off or delayed. But yeah, we just keep an eye on it. We keep talking to the province and trying to do our best to bring more business here. So
Great. Thank you. Councilor Bieber.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Yeah, I got a couple concerns here and questions. Is one, Brock, you talk about location stuff. We have an Alberta Film Commission, right? I mean, people have been coming to Lethbridge for decades. We've had movies from the 70s. We've had reality TV shows here. So, I mean, that's one thing that you can spend all the effort you want, but do not, a lot of companies in Canada, States, know where we already are and what is available here. And that's one question. Secondly is, when you talk about that hub, I read that study. I was at the EDL meeting. And our local industry, it's really fragmented. It says small and fragmented. So isn't there other ways that perhaps, rather than going after this hub, which you know is going to take a lot of time and a lot of money to invest in, wouldn't that be better off having the university and the Polytechnic try to develop that through their programs? Because I just don't really see a lot of, I don't know, in return for the investment on this.
yeah, thank you. So I would say to the first question, that you have to, this is a competitive business. Every jurisdiction is constantly in the faces of the executives making decisions, and so you have to be present and constantly talking to them. And then those executives change. They change which studio they're with or what outfit they're with. So you kind of have to stay in top of mind to play in this industry. And then to the point of the hub, the result of this study is, to me, is just that we need to have an industry group that works towards some sort of infrastructure. We could have larger infrastructure with the post-secondaries, or private investment is always my personal preference. Like that, it doesn't need to be, especially from a brick and mortar perspective. I think it has to be one of those two things. It has to be a higher order of government, or it has to be private investment. But in terms of just organizing the conversations between the industry so that they get a bit more on the same page, and especially with the local people, if that makes sense. Thanks.
Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Young. Sure.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bieber. Yeah, to that point, as you say, you were at the EDL meeting. Really, the first phase of the hub is not about a physical building hub separate from anything else. It's really about engaging the current ecosystem we have here, because we realize that is one of the major gaps. We've been doing a lot of the reach out, the going after film and TV crews, but remember, creative industries also includes gaming, it also includes VR, XR, some of the other stuff. So, the key action items for that first phase of the hub would be to formalize a sector steering committee. So that does include the U of L, the Polytechnic, BIPOC Foundation, Screen Lethbridge, kind of all those key stakeholders, to really formulate the strategy together as a community, hosting events locally to do networking, to do professional development, to do community building activities with those existing small businesses here in the creative industry space. The piece of that is that independent film maker grant program through the city, if that's a possibility, but then also to continue industry presence at some of those key events, continuing to get the word out there about Lethbridge, but then also developing the governance framework for a more member-led, industry-led organization that is Lethbridge businesses-led. So, when we talk about the focus of the university or the Polytechnic and their programming, certainly there's on-campus programming they will provide to their students through the different programs they have. But, some of that business support, entrepreneur support after they're not students anymore, there still would be a need for some kind of community response to that to facilitate those discussions. So, the U of L is certainly engaged in creative industries. They're looking at doing some hub stuff on campus, but that's really focused to the students and to their community, not necessarily the whole business community at large that are involved in potential creative industries that aren't part of the university programming. So I'd say, that kind of phase one approach is really to gather those people together for a steering committee to really have it industry-led and industry-engaged here in the community. So, yeah.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Revel.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Mayor. So through you to the city manager designate, having heard what Mr. Young stated and seeing that in our agenda package, the recommendation is to receive this report for information. Let me finish. Yeah, let me finish. Let me finish. What would receiving this report for information at this time mean, or what other directions could we take?
Thank you for the question. If we go back to when these initiatives came about, we had a report from Wingwell Media saying that there was a part that a municipality needed to play in terms of getting set up, and that was work that we believed was required in terms of permitting and deciding our internal processes if a film crew were to come into town. And so that is the piece that we have completed as part of that. And so in regards to funding, I think that what we're saying is that now that we believe that we've got that person in place and we've completed that work, there's this pot of unspent money. And so I think council, from the perspective of the city of Lethbridge piece, not counting what you heard from the EDL's piece, which was a different initiative, then that's sort of where council has to decide on options. And I think that's where I think Mr. Matthews can weigh in as well.
Thank you, Ms. Kleisinger. So in regards to this too, what this would mean from us on the financial end, typically when we have any initiative that's one-time funded from the MRSR, once that work is done, if there's a surplus left over, that money would just fall off as a commitment on the reserve. So what I mean by that is once we have reported out that we're done with that work, that commitment now becomes just part of our overall reserve. It goes back to the reserve, and council would have to have a different resolution to actually utilize funds or provide funds for the administration to use. This one is an interesting one because, as Ms. Kleisinger mentioned, it was broken apart back in, I believe, in 2022 or 2023. When that was approved, but the portion that's coming back here is city funding, not the EDL funding portion. So this would just go back to the MRSR.
Okay, thank you very much. But as we've heard, there is still more work that could be done in this industry, as explained by Mr. Young. Just a general statement that yes, there's still more work that could be done. Thank you.
All right, I see no further questions, but I do have a motion from, actually, I should ask, is there, I guess I already did ask if there's people, we're going through this for a little while, I forgot that I'd already asked, so I think we're good there. I have a motion from Councillor Crowson. It's Creative Industries Cluster Ignition Film, Television, and Electronic Gaming Update on Operating Budget Initiative N41. Be resolved, the Community Issues Committee refer this item to June 10th, 11th, 2026 Community Issues Committee meeting. I thought this is what we had prior, that it would just go to budget, so I'm glad that that was added in there. So Councillor Crowson.
The recommended motion in our package was for information, and I thought that sort of leaves us still dangling there, so why not finish it up? So this will refer to next week to the budget, where council can vote on whether or not we want to reallocate this money, keep that money in there, even though staff say they're not going to spend it, which I wouldn't recommend, or have it reallocated, or sorry, released back to MRSR. But this is the appropriate time next week to actually have that decision. So all my motion is to refer it, and we will have the conversation and the debate next week at that CIC. So let's just send it from our committee meeting today to our committee meeting next week.
But for discussion at budget.
But at the
Perfect
appropriate
timing.
discussion.
Yes. Seeing no further questions, can I take that as your opening and closing?
Yeah.
All right, question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
And I'm going to push for it.
We also have a submission here of 2026-2027 Low Income Transit Program LITP grant funding. And I don't know if there's any questions from my colleagues. Councillor Crowson?
Not a question, but I think we just need to explain this, that we got a grant, thank you very much, administration, but as per the rules, the grant money can't be spent because it's changing our budget, so unless it comes to us and we get permission, they can't even spend grant money, so that's all this is. So just so people are aware that this is provincial money slated specifically for this, and this is where it's going, so thank you guys for writing grants and getting us money.
Thank you for that, Councillor Croson. So the resolution is, be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommends the City Council approve the 2026-27 expenditure of up to $462,941 in provincial grant funding from the Ministry of Assisted Living and Social Services to support the city's fee assistance program spelled more gooder? in assisting individuals living on low income in accessing affordable transit. With that, Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Call the question.
Question been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right, with my colleagues, if we've got one more before we're entering in close, are we okay to do this one more? Hopefully. All right. So Excite Lethbridge monthly financial update. Obviously, that was a submission as well. And just open it up for any questions. I'll read the resolution here that it is to receive the information. So Community Issues Committee received the Excite Lethbridge monthly financial operating report for the month ended March 2026 for information. So move from Councillor Campbell, if that's all right. Any questions? Seeing none, Councillor Campbell.
Mr. Gallucci, do you want to sing anything? Okay.
Unless there's questions, right?
No, I'll just call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. I do now have a potion. A motion, not a potion. I have a motion from Councillor Parker that we enter a closed session. Be it resolved that we do enter a closed meeting at 3:03 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to 7.1 and 7.2 as per sections 19, harmful to business interests of a third party, and 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Parker. Question's been called. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you. All right. Out from closed session, I do have a resolution from Councillor Campbell. 2026 Airport Work Plan Update 6.4. Be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommends that City Council direct the city manager to proceed with the confidential direction provided in closed session, and further be it resolved, the Community Issues Committee directed the closed meeting discussions with respect to the 2026 Airport Work Plan Update verbal remain confidential pursuant to Section 19, harmful to business interests of a third party, and 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Campbell.
The question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? 1. Right. And from Councillor Bieber, Capital Budget Workshop 27 to 36 Capital Improvement Program. Be it resolved that the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council direct administration to proceed with the revised public engagement recommendations provided in the Capital Budget Workshop presentation, Attachment 1 for the 27 to 36 Capital Improvement Program, CIP, and further be resolved that the Community Issues Committee consider this information in advance of the upcoming 27 to 36 capital budget deliberations taking place in November 2026. And further be resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council direct administration to proceed with confidential recommendations number 1, providing closed sessions, and further be resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommends that City Council direct administration to advance the following key asset management projects as 28 to 31 operating budget initiatives. That being Urban Core Public Realm Enhancement Program, estimated at $2 million. B, Christmas Light Renewal Program, estimated at $800,000. Fritzik Capital Replacement Report, estimated at $500,000. And Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund, estimated at $600,000. And number 3, realign public art funding to a fixed budget within the 28 to 31 operating budget. And 4, identify one-time funding within the existing 26 operating budget for visitlethbridge.com arena sound system renewal, estimated at $950,000, and amend the fire station number 3 relocation and replacement project from 27 to 28, with funding being held, and defer the project until EMS procurement service delivery is complete. And number 6, amend the 26 Council and Community Issues Committee meeting calendar by adding 2 Community Issues Committee meetings on October 7th and 8th, commencing at 9 a.m., and include sections C, transportation, and D, community, only those noted in light blue in confidential attachment number 5 for future consideration within the 27 to 36 capital improvement program. Further be resolved that the Community Issues Committee directed the closed meeting discussions, documents discussions, and report with respect to the capital budget workshop 27 to 36 capital improvement program remain confidential pursuant to section 29 of advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. And you probably want to have a roll call on, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
On number 6, we're looking at adding 2 additional CIC meetings on October 7th and 8th to start at 9 a.m. Would we also be looking at starting the October 6th meeting at 9 a.m.? Because we have a CIC scheduled for that day as well.
Yes, it looks like we would, and we will have to move ARC to the 5th.
Okay, so I guess we would just need to update that then as well, that the October 6th meeting would also start at 9 a.m.
October 6th.
All right.
We're going to have to change that. So we want to add October 5th? Yeah. 2? No, we were joking. So I don't think Darryl was. Already exists? No. So we just
I was totally joking about the 5th. Sorry. It's been a day for me.
So we'll say, so we're adding 2 meetings. We already have the 6th in there, so we don't have to add that one. However, we will have to add that it's at 9.
It starts at 9. Starting at
9 instead of 1:30.
Guess I'm not going to Canada Pension.
All right. With that change there, thank you, Councilor Schmidt-Rempel. And with that, we will go to a vote. Anything else? Any questions on that? Seeing none? All right, go to a vote. All in favor? Do you want to divide it? Or no dividing, because it's going to go to council. I guess we can divide it at council. So, sorry, again, all in favor? 2, 3. Those opposed? So 3. So 5 to 3. Pass 5 to 3. All right. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.